During the days under the rule of King Nahir, Corinthal, the capital city of the empire, was a prosperous and peaceful place. Citizens enjoyed freedom and security, assured of the king's just and generous nature. Any newcomer to the city, as long as he was of good intention, found a warm and happy welcome. But the peace was not to last. A warlord, commanding a legion of otherworldly soldiers, invaded the city in a merciless rampage. Hero after hero tried in vain to defeat the warlord, but he was untouchable. No blade could scratch him, no arrow could pierce him, no spell could harm him. Within a month, the city fell under his enormous power. Finally, the warlord marched on the royal palace, announcing that he was the king's half-brother and the rightful heir to the throne. The king, my father, faced the warlord and fought a fateful battle that would end his life. Although the king died that very day, hope remained alive. During the fight, the king was able to land a strike against his half-brother, cutting him, proving that the warlord was not invulnerable. The warlord quickly settled into the palace, killing all who served there, save for the harem girls. With the defeat of Nahir, the city changed. A once free, prosperous, and progressive people became fearful of the new emperor and wary of each other. Corinthal herself was rebuilt to symbolize this new era, one of oppression, fear, and hatred.
I'm glad you made it. As I was explaining, within the next 2 days, the Emperor will imprison all unregistered changelings. Everyone in this room is in grave danger.
We'll be sent to prison because you'll turn us over! How can we believe him? He's a loyalist!
We must trust him. He saved me from fiends who would have enslaved me. He took me in and kept me safe. We cannot afford to distrust him.
You must leave tonight. Use the Undercity. It will take you safely beyond the city walls.
What if it's a trap?
We have no choice.
I knew it was only a matter of time before you betrayed the Empire, Sheriff. Your head will make a fine addition to my Emperor's collection.
You betray your own kind, Rukaji. This ends here and now.
Please, you have to help me. I'll follow you. I'm not much of a warrior, so you'll have to protect me.
Almost out when they got me. One of their little friends stunned me, and when I came to, I was trapped. You have to get me out of here! Oh, and don't expect me to fight or anything. Just because I make the weapons, it don't mean I know how to use them.
Rukaji is going to do everything in his power to stop us.
Well, what are you waiting for? Let's get out of here! Sheriff, you must just try to corner us. want to die down here. Oh no! I'm not going in there!
Maybe you should go first. We'll wait here. Please, be careful.
Finally emerging from the Undercity, the young heroes found no evidence of their companions. They were left to survive on their own. It was then that they finally saw the full extent of the Emperor's control. After long months of travel, the young heroes came to a beautiful place. A place feared by all who know its legend. With the fiends close behind, and the majestic peaks ahead, it was only a matter of time before the changelings fell either to the merciless hunters or the forces of nature.
Welcome to the monastery, Outlander. You've been asleep for some time. The fiends were brutal and nearly killed you. It took all the knowledge I had to keep you from death. Oh, forgive my manners. My name is Lady Inaya, and it's a pleasure to finally meet you, Outlander. You're safe here in the monastery, but I fear that the monks will not be so receptive to your arrival. Do not take their wariness to heart. We've dwelled in solitude for many years. You're the first outsider we've seen since the war began. Forgive me if I pry, but I couldn't help but notice that some of your belongings were crafted in Corinthal. It has been a long time since I've seen the great city, but I fear that it is no longer the bastion of prosperity that it once was. I'd offer you some tea and warm food, but Trainer Vishal has asked that I send you to him as soon as you awoke. Good luck to you, Outlander.
Please, browse my stock for anything that you might require.
Greetings. My name is Azrin. My mother, Lady Inaya, has kept watch over you since your arrival. Master Surya tells me that you're from Corinthal. I've never been there, but the city holds great interest to me. Tell me, how has the capital fared through the warlord's tyranny? It's as I feared then. The city is in ruin, its people suffering under the oppression of hate and greed, and the warlord has been crowned emperor. It is unforgivable what the villain has done. They distrust outsiders, but you must not take personal offense. Instead, may I propose that you earn their trust. You are an enemy of the false emperor, and you are undoubtedly courageous and strong. An alliance forged between the refugees of Corinthal and the monastery would be a most formidable force. I'd be honored to fight beside you, to see what it really takes to survive in this world.
I see that you've made a full recovery, Outlander. Now that you're back to full health and strength, the matter of your arrival can be properly addressed. The Emperor's forces that followed you here continue to linger outside the monastery gates. This is unacceptable. The monastery's location has been secure from all outsiders for 1,000 years. Our secrecy is what protected us from the war. But your sudden arrival has put an end to our solitude and safety. Let us be frank. Aside from having placed us in the Emperor's sights, you owe a life debt to us, and we fully expect you to honor it. You can begin your service by patrolling the Frigid Trail. Kill any fiends that Their scouts cannot be allowed to relay our location to Corinthal. fiends have proven to be more elusive than I had suspected. There is a way for you to breach the rubble that blocks the glacial tomb. For untold centuries, it has been forbidden to share our ancient knowledge with outsiders. But thanks to you, we can no longer allow ourselves the luxury of upholding that tradition. Before you are able to break through the avalanche, you must learn how to utilize the full potential of your being, body, mind, and spirit. You must focus your strength, your resolve, and your determination into one harmonious pulse. Let the sensation fuel you, let it guide and become you. When you've accomplished this, you'll be able to overcome any obstacle that stands in your way, physical, mental, or otherwise. I don't expect you to master the technique, but I do expect you to become skilled enough to complete the task at hand. Return to the frigid trail and remember what I've taught you. Use this knowledge to break through the avalanche. Find the elusive scout and stop him.
Please, browse my stock for anything that you might require. Please, browse my stock for anything that you might require.
Greetings. I've overheard the monks speaking about you. They're reluctant to admit it, but I believe they're very impressed with you. This is a step in the right direction for us all. But we must continue on this path if an alliance is to be forged between our factions. You have my faith, but the monks won't be so easily swayed. Your willingness to aid us in our hour of need is proof of your conviction and honor. I just hope that the monks are able to see that truth before it comes time for us to part company. I thank you for once again lending me your ear. May you know peace in victory.
What do you have to report? They've moved more quickly than I'd anticipated. They must be utilizing the temple to bypass the mountain's rugged terrain. If this is true, it is a certainty that they're organizing for an assault on the monastery. The strike could come at any moment, and we're ill-prepared to handle such an onslaught. You must return to the supply depot, destroy their supplies and whatever troops you encounter. Remember what's at stake, Outlander. The fate of the monastery is not all that rests on your shoulders. Your own life depends on the prevention of this attack.
Please, browse my stock for anything that you might require.
Good day, my friend. Please forgive me if I intrude, but I've overheard the most curious thing about you. The monks say that you're not human. They used the word changeling, a term I've never heard before. Don't be alarmed, my friend. Your character overwhelms all else in forging my opinion of you. However, I must admit that this revelation piques my interest. The monks say that you can change from your human visage to that of a powerful bestial creature. There must be so much more that you can teach me. I just hope that one day I'll be worthy of that privilege. It wouldn't be wise to let the monks know that we've spoken. You'd better be on your way. We will speak again, my friend.
well, Outlander. Far better than I anticipated in any event. I expect you to continue this level of dedication. The destruction of the Siege Forge will be a significant setback for the Fiends. But this will not completely deter them from conquest. There is no doubt that the Emperor is aware of our location, and it is only a matter of time before his war machine makes its way to our doorstep. The great leader of our order, Master Surya, wishes to speak with you at once. He deserves your respect and gratitude, for it was he who made the decision that you be spared. Keep the Master's graciousness in mind when considering what he has to say. Go to Master Surya and be sure that you do not give him reason to regret his compassion.
Please, browse my stock for anything that you might require.
It's good the Emperor's fiends are ruthless. And although you've done so much to cripple their efforts, it is only a matter of time before they reassemble and come for the monastery. Everyone knows this truth. While the monks may seem stoic as ever, they're truly terrified of losing everything that they have worked to preserve from the Emperor's grasp. Unfortunately, they're as stubborn as they are noble, and would rather stay here and face certain death than abandon their home. Go now to Master Surya and continue as you have, but do not mention our discussion. Master Surya is a wise man, and I know that he thinks as we do, but the delicacy of the issue must be respected. In time, our paths will merge. There is a reason for everything, and your unwitting discovery of us is no exception.
Welcome to our home. This monastery has been here for 1,000 years. You are the first outsider to find it, and the only one to be allowed inside its walls. You have shown great honor through your efforts, Outlander. This next task is of the utmost importance to our survival. As it is so, I believe you must know the truth of what's at stake. For 18 years, we have kept the only surviving heir to the dynasty of Corinthal safe within our walls. Prince Azran is the only one who can defeat the warlord emperor and restore the empire. Now that you're here, I see the fates have a plan for you. Let's hope that you're befitting this destiny, or if you should fail, all hope for recovery will be lost. I will grant you safe passage to the Hibernal Shrine, our most sacred of temples. Since your arrival, the Fiend's attentions they've managed to penetrate our defenses and cripple us from within. An enchanted idol of significant importance has been destroyed, its pieces scattered throughout the shrine. Gather these fragments and restore the idol to the altar in the nethermost chamber of the temple. Do this, and you'll have proven yourself worthy of our trust. fail, and you'll have condemned this world to a plague of war and unrest.
Please, browse my stock for anything that you might require. My services are at your disposal.
You've done well, Outlander. The defenses of the monastery have been restored. Unfortunately, our greatest advantage has been compromised. The fiends now know of our existence, and they will be relentless while I'm hesitant to send him out into the world. Prince Azran, he must begin to walk the path of his destiny. And as fate has dictated, you are... I hope that you live up to our expectations, Outlander. If you are befitting this designation, Then we shall meet again when the throne of Corinthol has been reclaimed. Go and speak with Prince Azran and his mother, Lady Inaya. It would not be proper to leave without saying goodbye to those here who owe you a debt of gratitude. Speak with Trainer Vishal when you're ready to depart. He'll accompany you and the prince on your journey.
I have a duty that can no longer be ignored. The people are in need, and we can no longer hide from the Emperor's grasp. The monks will remain here to defend the monastery, and my mother, who is unfit to travel. We must make our way to Corinthol. There I will earn my birthright and face the false Emperor. I humbly request that you remain at our side, my friend. You're an invaluable asset as both a fighter and a companion. Vishal is a strong and honorable man, but he knows little about the outside world, and I know less. Your knowledge and experience is the key to our survival. When Vishal gives the word, we will begin our trek west. Until that time,
Despite your best efforts, our location, you must take the prince from here at once. The prince has been my pupil since the day he was born. I have taught him but he's young still and ignorant of the outside world. You will accompany us down the mountainside. I know the prince is fond of you, Outlander. Perhaps you could take the time to prepare him for what lies beyond the sanctuary. Prince Azran is the only chance we have to be relieved of the Emperor's tyranny. Everything is in order for our departure. We will set out at once.
the time had finally come for me to leave the security of the monastery that had always been my home. Trainer Vishal, my mentor, and the only father I had ever known, would be at my side while the heroic strangers continued to teach me about my kingdom. As we moved into enemy territory, I bore witness to the devastation that covered this once prosperous and tranquil land. We traveled on through the war-torn regions where farmers had once worked and celebrated the coming harvest with their neighbors. I realized my duty. I was born to set things right. The Empire needs your help. I need your help. Please help me. Help the Empire.
There you are. I'm relieved beyond measure to see Azran alive. If anything had happened to him, the Emperor's reign would have been sealed. The Emperor's forces are everywhere, and they are fueled by the chaos. A small group of resistance fighters has established an encampment. I happened upon them as I was... From what I've gathered, they're refugees that were... They are few, but determined to fight to the last. Captain Saris, the human officer of the movement, has extended a warm invitation for us to join them at Outpost Hope. Come, they're expecting us.
I'm very glad to see that you've joined us, stranger. I've had many good dealings with your people in the past, and hope that we can work together toward our common goal. There's a task of the utmost military strategy that I must ask you to execute. The Tower of Might keeps an ever-watchful eye on the territory. It's only a matter of time before Outpost... Because of this very real threat, the tower must be destroyed. To get to the tower, you must fight your way through the Dreadmaw compound that lies east of the wharf. Once you are there, your quest does not become any easier. You'll need to place each of these charges in 3 strategic areas within the tower. These charges have been engineered to begin a countdown sequence once they've been placed. Rory Shi assures me that the explosion will be very powerful. You must move to safe ground or you'll be trapped when the tower collapses. You're very brave to do this for those you've only just met. I will not forget what you've risked today. Good luck, stranger. Remember what it is that you fight for, and...
We don't know each other, but these times make for strange alliances. Welcome to the Resistance.
Well, look, Nani Day, and the sheriff thought you were dead, but I guess you showed them. I, of course, thought we should have waited for you. I even tried to convince the sheriff to get his arse back in there and help you out, but he would have nothing of it. Said you were on your own, that going back would be suicide, and so on and so forth. I think everything has worked out. The sheriff has managed to... Well, he's not sure he's... I guess he disappeared. Now that you're here, I suppose... Well, I guess you better get to...
The refugees are a testament to the resolve of our people. I can Having found them so soon after our venture from the mountain only fuels my belief that we will be victorious. We must work to earn their trust, and an allegiance will be forged in Outpost Hope, one that will direct our future to the path of justice. Go to them, my friend. Show them the same.
Our supplies are over there, but we don't have time to give you a tour. The Emperor's forces are near.
Stop your sniveling! Don't you remember what happened the last time we tried to bring it out of its cage?
That won't happen again. I have a plan, and it'll work as long as you don't screw up. Got it?
Me? You were the one who didn't tighten the shackles properly last time. Ow!
Stop bringing that up!
And then the changeling got free and killed 14 of us before... Ouch!
Shut up!
Before I was able to take him down.
You didn't take him down!
How would you know? You were the first one knocked out.
Shh!
It smells like changeling, Sheriff.
He's still locked in a cellar! It's resistance fighters come to rescue their leader! You're not afraid of humans now, too, are you? Come here, little human, and we'll take you to your leader. Piece by piece.
Over here, quickly. It's you. I thought you were captured in the safe house. As much as I'd like to catch up on old times, you and I both know we don't have that luxury right now. You need to get us out of here, or we'll all be trapped when the tower collapses. I'm assuming that's why you're here. Sarah sent you, didn't? Of course she did. She's an excellent leader, and you did well to follow her instruction. But enough of that now. You need to find the key to the cell. Jailer Matrock, the repulsive creature that keeps us locked up nice and tight, has the keys. His quarters are somewhere down that corridor. You'll have to kill him. Go, now! I heard the clash between you and the jailer. That must have been... All right, we need to get... The explosives are set... We'll meet again in Outpost.
I saw the tower fall. We all feared you dead. You bring me great news. I thought Surima had died with the others. We owe you so much. I can't begin to thank you for what you have done. Surima is dear to me. Surima led the battalion that disappeared nearly a week ago. They were on the same mission that you recently carried out to victory. You rescued him before his interrogation. Our location is safe, for now. Your initiative is commendable. Grabbing the war plans may be the deciding factor in this battle. Take the plans to Surima. He is field commander of our movement and will be able to formulate. Welcome to the Resistance. Welcome to the fight for.
So, it's good to see you again. You did well back there, soldier, but now's not the time for celebration. Those tactical plans you grabbed show an imminent strike on Outpost Hope. If the Fiends engage, we'll be powerless to stop them. We must strike first. Commanders Thorgon and Skander have been heading up the Fiends' campaign against the Resistance for some time. It's certain that these brutes will be leading their forces here. Our scouts have reported that Thorgon and Skander are stationed in the Fields of Despair. You must find and kill them before they march on the outpost. Without their leaders, the Fiends will spiral into chaos and abandon any aspirations for an organized strike. I'll see you again in victory.
Our heroes returned from their mission in the Fields of Despair. Upon their return to Outpost Hope, they were greeted by the unexpected arrival of Master Surya. His face grim and eyes heavy with regret, Master Surya solemnly shared the news of the monastery's fall.
The monastery held strong against the attack of the fiend forces, just as it had for thousands of years. Our walls have never been breached, our sacred ways a mystery to all. When the robed figure appeared, suddenly our powers were drained. Our magics no longer strong enough against this forceful being. Although the monks fought courageously against the invading horde, they were too few. The temple was quickly overrun. All inside were brutally slaughtered with no hope of mercy. Lady Anaya was hidden in the inner sanctum of the monastery, but to no avail. The horde quickly found her, but rather than kill her as they had done with the others, they brought her before the mysterious cloaked figure who repeatedly asked her about Azran.
I know who you are, my lady, and I know the secret of why you came here. Tell me where I can find the boy, and you have my word that no harm will come to either of you. Hold your silence, and your son will suffer beyond imagining.
You can do your worst to me, and I will not yield. I will tell you nothing of the stranger or where they have gone. Do as you will with me. I'm not afraid of death.
It was then that I fled the monastery. I had to inform the prince of his mother's death, and let the changelings know that the fiends were still hunting them. It's only a matter of time before the Emperor's forces make their way to Outpost Hope in search of Azran. We must move quickly to ensure the survival of the prince and our future.
The tower's fall bodes well for all of us.
Welcome back, soldier. I knew those generals wouldn't stand a chance against you. While the invasion of Outpost Hope has been halted, it's only a matter of time before the General of Death Guard marches on a campaign of vengeance. Understand this. If he leaves Death Guard, we will all die. I'm sure you understand the need for stamina and vigilance. Captain Saris has moved out to the field's eastern border. Go find her and offer your support. If we're to succeed, you'd better be going. Saris can become rather...
I know you're tired from your last endeavor, but there's a lot to do before we can press onward. The minefield of chaos, as it is affectionately called by my soldiers, lies just ahead. I need you to carve a safe path through the mine... Don't look so grim. You'll be fine so long as you pay attention. The mine sowers, while completely lacking in combative capabilities, are very competent in their duty. And Bombardier Mulgrote will likely try to stop you. He's a dangerously clever fiend engineer. The sheriff and I will navigate the path that you carve through the field. We will meet you at the gates to the inner wall. which lies just beyond. You have proven yourself time and again. I know you will succeed.
Welcome to the doorstep of the enemy stronghold. When a lashing whip is there to keep them motivated, those fiends can really put together some sturdy architecture. Death Guard is surrounded by a fortified wall that must be breached before we storm the fort. This will not be an easy task. In fact, it's gonna... Don't worry, my friend. You won't be braving death. Captain Saris and I will accompany. Together, we stand half a chance at breaching. We'll fight our way into the heart of Deathguard in search of General Tirsat. Tirsat was appointed to hold this province by Emperor Nakiva himself. I've never actually faced Tirsat, but I think it's safe to assume this will be the most glorious battle that either. Onward! This one, soldier. So bad, now was it? I'd say that went rather smoothly, but don't be sipping your victory ale just yet. We haven't quite shaken death off our tails. The fiends are moving this way. There must be hundreds of them. You continue into Deathguard while Captain Saris and I hold off the Horde. Don't expect this to be easy. That blast was a lot of things, but quiet wasn't. This is a dangerous mission. Go forth and conquer.
I hope you and Master Surya find what you're looking for in the desert.
I've had time over these past days to reflect on the monastery's fall. I believe that I've devised a course of action that will lead us to the source of Nakiva's power. The Amaranthine Orbis, a powerful coven of necromantic scholars, has undoubtedly somehow they're linked to Nakiva. And knowing the nature of the coven, they are most certain very few know of the Amaranthine Orbis and their history, for they disappeared nearly 1,000 years ago. Their disappearance coincided with the fall of Teklatal, the once great city. We must find the ruins to the north, but our trek will be a dangerous one, for the ancient city stands on the edges of the Forbidden Desert. You will accompany me on this venture. I've already spoken with Captain Saris, and she has given us permission to take Nani Day and Rory Shi with us. Resources will be scarce. We will leave for the desert at first light. I strongly advise that you abstain from tonight's festivities and... Long ago, in a time before the realms unified beneath one leader, a glorious and prosperous civilization called Teklatal reigned in the most fertile land in the world. Soon they stumbled onto the existence of another realm. The Coven, exhilarated by what they discovered, delved too deeply into a world they knew little of. They had neither the experience nor the power for what was to come. A rift between worlds had been torn, and the spirits of the dead became trapped in a place where they could not rest. When the surrounding jungle began to decay, and the sacred beasts that had once provided food fell to disease, the people's plight became a violent revolt against their selfish leaders. With the death of their high priest, the Coven was forced into exile from the city and made to dwell in the desert. Until now, their fate was unknown. Most scholars believe them dead, or worse, having succumbed to the very curse they brought down upon their once faithful followers. Today, the ruins of Teklatal still stand. The spirits are distrustful. While they've spoken with me reluctantly, these traps, they've been tortured by wild changelings. The spirits fear that you will hunt and consume them. I was unaware of the changeling's ability. I imagine that it has been very difficult for you to maintain your human composure maintain focus on what's at stake. It's very important that we gain these spirits' trust. They're relics from a long-lost era. You alone can earn their favor. Zuleika, the spirit who spoke to me, go there and hunt down the tribe. Prove to be certain, Zuleika mentioned that he dwells in the grounds of the dam.
Why is it that the Wendigo hunt us? Surely not all your kind is as vicious as they.
After decades of staggered research and little progress, the Amaranthine Orbis received a most unexpected gift. The arrival of a changeling woman calling herself Atimara. Believing that she was the missing key to unlocking passage into the underworld itself, the Amaranthine Orbis embraced her into their folds. 12 years passed before Atimara's son, Akiva, was recovered from the kingdom of Corinthal. After 23 years of arduous tutelage, Akiva is deemed ready to venture into the underworld, where he will pave the road to claiming the very city of Corinthal. Your findings are very intriguing. I'm impressed that you were able to understand the ancient runes. It is important that we continue our investigations of the Amaranthine Orbis. We need to understand how they're involved if we are to gain the upper hand when confronting Akiva. To be certain that your future discoveries are as accurately translated, I should think that my knowledge of ancient texts will prove you. Do not worry for me. I'm an old man, yes, but what I lack in strength will set out at once. That was most informative. I must return to Teklatal in order to sort through what... Continue your investigation here, and return to me in the city when you're satisfied that no other hidden... Bring anything else that you find to my attention at once. Time is too precious a thing for... I should have a host of new info... Now, tell me what you found during your investigation of the ruins in my absence. You met a Coven Elder face to face, and you let him flee? Forgive me. That was uncalled for. Surely it was not your intent to let him escape. It's imperative that we find the Coven Elder. Zuleika believes that he has retreated into an underground area that she calls the Gauntlet, which lies beneath the desert of the dead. I will remain here in the event that we have acted too late in preserving our secrecy here. The Coven Elder may have already made contact with his colleagues. If that has happened, the Emperor's minions are already on their way. If you're able, do not kill the Elder. He is a veritable fountain. Once he has been detained, acquire the relic.
You take on a great and dangerous quest. Master Surya is right to caution you against the Elder. When Teklito was standing, they were the most powerful sorcerers the world had ever seen. They've had 1,000 years to perfect their arts. One can only begin to Should you find the Elder, I believe you can locate the relic that the Coven took years ago. My father, the once High Priest of the Amaranthi. It is a key to the Coven's inner sanctum. Many things have changed in the last millennium, but the Coven is... This key should still unlock the secrets of the Coven. I have suffered a great deal of guilt for the sins of...
something else. You've spoken with Zuleika, a wonderful child, brilliant, and you wish to free her from the prison that she and the others forged for themselves. Yet I believe that you're correct in this case. The Amaranthine Orbis worked very hard for them, but they didn't. We were beside ourselves with anger and pain. It wasn't our intention to condemn them so, but after the slaughter of our high priest, certainly I will not try to coerce. It is beneath us to speak lies. This runestone is the very same relic that opened the pool needed to complete the cycle. I have a feeling that I look forward to our next conversation.
Resolve is admirable, young changeling. For now, we must briefly divert our attention from the Amaranthine Orbis. There is another matter of grave importance that requires your skill. While you continue to do remarkably well, it will require great strength. Zuleika will give you the necessary specifics of your duty. Understand that whatever happens, it is her choice. With that, I say, when you've accomplished what needs to be done, we will return.
Thank you, Changeling, for all that you've done on our...
It is time for us to enter the Forgotten Temple. The site where the Coven performed the fateful ritual. We must find the altar in order to complete the ritual. But I fear that this task, the Amaranthine Orbis, it is more than certain that we will encounter grave hardship. You know better than I the extent of the Coven's... Yes, when we first began to question the Coven, my spectral essence is the only power source. I've decided to volunteer myself for the sacrifice. Nothingness is preferable, and the release of my brethren, I must depend on you to protect. While I am little more than I must survive long enough to...
Zuleika's selfless sacrifice and the triumphs of the changeling heroes released the spirits that had been trapped for centuries.
The time has come for me to pass. I thank you for your help, young warrior, and the spirits of my fellow countrymen are just as grateful. Do not mourn me, for I will finally be free of the guilt brought on by my father's destructive reign. Take pride in your victory, friends. Without you, none of us would have found peace.
Finally, the spirits know peace. It is unfortunate that Zuleika had to be destroyed, but we must remember that the spirits of Teklatol are no longer trapped in their purgatory. With that behind us, we can now return our focus to the Elder. Most certainly knows the answers we seek. We cannot allow him to distract us with... However, I fear that the Amaranthine Orbis, the Elder's assistants, do whatever you can to learn of the... Go now, young changeling. I will...
I thought I'd be glad to see the spirits free, and I am, but it's just so eerie. It's like standing in a... Everything's so quiet. I just want to go home. Well, I guess I should get back to work. The more supplies you have, the sooner you'll be able to complete your quest and take us...
And so you return. Before we begin, tell me, who... so the brave Zuleika volunteered herself. How tragic, but enough dwelling on the unimportant. Let us discuss the situation with the Emperor. He merely ensures his survival, child. After all, you do not understand. But Nakiva is vulnerable to only those with whom he... I see that you're beginning to But enough questions. I'm not a storyteller, child. You must gain the knowledge. I will guide you. The answers you seek reside in the underworld. A nether realm that the portal lies beyond that gate. But I am should you defeat the gatekeeper, the underworld itself, a most disagreeable fate. But when I am why is it that I aid you so willing? As I have already stated, the Amaranthine Orbis, plus even our enemies. Yes, Nakiva has ensured his... yes, boy Prince. Go now to the portal chamber and meet...
through. I will stop the Elder.
You've come a long way, Outworlder. But you're not the first to have survived this perilous journey. There was another before you. So long ago was that arrival, and still, to this day, please come to our village in the swamp. Certainly we have much to discuss. We will happily cast a spell that will transport you to our village. Do not fear.
Since the Overlord has been imprisoned, our world has been thrown into chaos.
The swamp is dangerous but bountiful, as these elixirs will attest.
We've spoken with Baron Grimos regarding your arrival, Outworlder. You've come a long way seeking our counsel, and we promise that we will not deprive you. Before we begin the exchange of knowledge, we must ask a small favor. You must understand, we have suffered greatly since the last arrival of one. We must ensure our own survival, something I am sure you can respect. The favor we ask should prove rather trivial for one of your caliber. Indeed, if you are strong enough to have survived the journey to the Bulwark is a living creature and has been starved to near death by the Yethrus. All you must do is feed the Bulwark by luring your enemies near the starved portions and ensure that their corpses know that your efforts will not be taken. Baron Grimos, our illustrious leader, has agreed to hold an audience.
Grimnos is very wise. The Source Stones bind the underworld together. He who controls You're not the first of your kind to visit a...
Greetings, Outworlder, and welcome to our village. I've looked forward to your coming for some time, and I'm glad to finally receive you. It wasn't such a difficult conclusion to come to. Our worlds have existed, and this isn't the first time that our worlds have crossed paths, you know. Many years ago, a powerful servant of the Overlord escaped into your realm. I believe that Zaquaxatil wreaked quite a bit of havoc during his... But that's all in the past. We need to concentrate on current events, yes? You are not the first of your kind to have visited our fair den. The one before you brought with him terrible destruction and chaos. He came to us at first, demanding that we aid and serve him. The half-breed then turned to our enemies, the 3 Yethru princes, to aid. When the Source Stone was destroyed, Urumshai's influence over the realm was... Soon the princes were in control, and the Overlord, our good priest Samido, has discovered that the Overlord's essence was in a risky venture, but one that the Sumdai will help you, Outworlder. Because we both... Before Urumshai's disappearance, the Sumdai were left alone. But the Yethru Palace guards the fragments of the Shattered Stone. You will need to destroy this. The palace is a very dangerous, nasty place that's guarded by Yethru gadgety hodgepodge and ferocious monsters. There's also the matter of the drug. You must find a way to Once you've managed that, all you need to do is be sure that you destroy them, and not the other way around. Samido will give you further...
Remarkably done, Outworlder. The destruction of the princes was a necessary step toward gaining what it is you seek. We must caution you, Outworlder. The Source Stones may no longer have the protection of the reliquary in which the stones are kept is a veritable fortress of enchantments. Each one, we wish we could tell you more regarding the nature of the warding spells, but we've never seen the reliquary. What we can tell you is that you will be able to use the spells to your advantage. Shattering the casement should create a destructive force that will annihilate the Source Stones. You must be sure that you're well guarded when the casement shatter, else we fear. We bid you good fortune in your conquest. When the stones have been destroyed, return
Welcome back, my friend. I'm filled with joy to see that you have succeeded. With the Yethru Prince's gone, my people will have some... I would ask you to stay and enjoy some of our fine accommodations. But I realize there is but one portal that will lead you back to your realm. And it lies beyond the... The portal requires a certain... finesse that you... I don't mean to offend you, my friend. You obviously cannot help the nature of your birth, now can you? Priest Samido will be able to pick up where your heritage falls short. It is very important that you protect Samido. He's a very wise and able... Remember, Samido is the only one who can activate the portal. So see to it that he gets the job done. Well, I guess this is goodbye. It has been an absolute pleasure to have finally met you. I truly... Good luck. And...
The swamp is dangerous but bountiful, as these elixirs will attest. The swamp is dangerous but bountiful, as these elixirs... Good day to you, Outworlder.
It is a boon of great fortune that you've returned to us, Outworlder. Now that the Source Stones have been destroyed, it is time for you to make the perilous journey home. We must venture to the site used. It is the only place in the underworld that will grant you passage to your world. The portal altar requires magic that the soon... We must ask that you guard us well, Outworlder, for we are prepared to make the journey at your... The portal will not sustain itself for long.
With their duties in the underworld fulfilled, our heroes finally make the arduous trip back to their home world. As Captain Saris briefs our heroes on the tragic events that have unfolded since their departure from Outpost Hope.
Surima led us into Corinthal by way of the cave just outside of the city wall. We made our way through the tunnels until we reached an ancient and secret place that Surima knew would be safe from the Emperor's soldiers. Surima immediately began plans to cripple the Changeling Loyalists, who he believed to be the backbone of the Emperor's control over the city. It was not long after Surima and a group of fighters left for a third strike that a wounded scout returned bearing grave news. The Loyalists were prepared for the strike. Everyone save this one scout had been captured. The Emperor condemned the resistance and scheduled an execution for the rebels. Time is running out for Surima and the others, for this is the day of their execution.
Take heart. The resistance has grown strong in your absence.
downfall used to be such a beautiful place. But the Emperor has destroyed...
Your timing couldn't be better. Surima is still imprisoned in his cell within the Undercity, but it's only a matter of minutes before he is escorted to his death. Rukaji has made no delays in scheduling the execution, which will be a public affair. We cannot afford to risk the lives of our already limited army, but since you're here, I must ask you to accompany me. Let's go. Time is as much the enemy as the Emperor.
Like this, I wonder. Sometimes I just wish the bastards would kill me when they have the chance. I know. We have to move fast. Rukaji and his... We must make our way to Rukaji. His death is the only way to...
Stand down! Their suffering is a prize that will be won by my hands.
Rukaji is a skilled fighter, but his arrogance will be his undoing.
I promise you, old friend, this time there will be no escape for you or your treacherous allies.
This is a day for vengeance. You will not fight alone.
I see you found someone to warn you through these long, bloody nights, old friend. How very touching. I'll make certain that her death is long in its suffering.
The resistance must go on!
Finally, the chapter ends. The book closes. With no happily ever after. How entirely unfortunate.
We must get him back to the safe house at once. Go ahead of us. I will take care of Suri. We will meet you shortly.
I'm getting way too old for this. These injuries are gonna take months to heal. I can't lead the resistance on. The soldiers look up to you, and I know you've earned Ceres's trust. We've a long way to go before any of us can parade around. Speaking of a long way to go, I think it's time the young prince takes back. However, we can't very well let him go. Now's not the time to be modest, but we're still down here in this. I've already spoken with Master Surya. Well, off with you.
Azran's time has come. We may never again come so close to victory. We must seize the chance before us. Now is the time for Azran to claim his destiny. Now, Azran trusts you, Changeling. That is why I am trusting you to see Azran safely. I must warn you before you go, Changeling. A terrible guardian awaits you at the doorstep to the palace. A few short years after Atimara. As time passed, but we could not. His mind had been... We were left with no choice but to secure... I know now that it was Atimara who cursed. There is no doubt in my mind. You will need to defeat Zatharum in the cellar vault before... Your efforts in the underworld have weakened. Remember that you cannot interfere in this... When Azran and the Emperor... It will then be up to the fates to decide, and I shall pray that their fate...
I'm prepared to seek my throne. Master Surya and the captain have briefed me on the impending mission. It's certain that Nakiva will be expecting us. With you at my side, I am confident that we will serve. I just hope that we can use his arrogance to our advantage.
the Empire. That was too close for comfort.
When you and the captain left, I can't tell you how. And Surrey, well, trust me, he can get. Thank you.
The Empire. Us is alerted.
Osron! We've been betrayed.
You are too late, Vishal.
Master Surya? I don't understand.
Nor do I expect you to. The changeling race is too powerful. They are the source of this conflict. Let the Emperor succeed in his cleansing. Then Osron's time will come. Go. There is no need for you to bear witness to this. Take Osron to safety. I will meet you shortly.
No! Surya, you speak madness! These changelings are faithful to the prince. They have proven themselves worthy of our allegiance. How can you betray them now?
You are honorable, but naive, Vishal. Do not stand in the way of what must be done, for I will not hesitate against you, my brother.
Master Surya must have followed you and the prince. I noticed him miss, but I was not prepared for this. I didn't think that the master was capable. He was wrong to turn against you, and he has paid justly for his betrayal. We must put this behind us. The Emperor's throne, I would join you, but Surya was my... You must continue onward. I will inform the others.
I remember a flash of light and then darkness. Are you all right? Were we Oh no. Is that... No. How could he betray us? Master Surya, he was my mentor. Why would he betray us now when his plan was to ensure the destruction of all changelings? But why? He used us. He used me. Seeing to the Emperor's fall is the only way to make... But some of it will... Come on. We better keep going before the... The Empire.
Your Highness.
I am the rightful ruler of the Empire Nakiva. It is time for you to pay for the years of tyranny inflicted upon my people.
Ah, so it is revenge you seek, boy. Be careful, young prince. Revenge is a path paved in bloodshed and suffering.
And you know this more than anyone. I pity you for it, but I cannot forgive what you have done.
Not alone. I'm disappointed. This is your battle, Prince Azran. I will not allow them to interfere with your destiny.
For the Empire! Victory!
This was the champion of your hopes, the savior of your precious kingdom. Look at him now. My reign has been sealed, and all who oppose me will share the prince's fate.
I thank you for releasing me from that mortal prison. I am indebted to you for my release, and so my disdain for those whom you fight will be your ally. While entrapped within Nakiva's body, I became privy to the events that have I know the extent of your nemesis' plans. The necromancers are clever creatures, and saw me peering through Nakiva's eyes. They never disclosed the look. Atimara, the mother of my mortal captor, possesses the knowledge. Her chambers reside in the palace harem levels, connected to the throne room. She is making preparations to unite with the Amaranthine Orbis as we... If you are to conquer these enemies of your world, you must act with all haste and...
What happened? The last thing I remember before my defeat, not for myself, but again, Nakiva's death is a great victory for only those who share a blood relation. Know that no matter. Go now, my friend. Wait!
Why do you torture me with delays?
You will not die this day, Arimara. There has been enough death.
But I sought revenge!
And it has led to your ruin. But I will not let it be your end. You are forgiven.
I do not deserve forgiveness.
But you do, my lady. You have suffered beyond necessity. We both have. Today we begin anew. It is my will. It is my rule.
You are gracious, young Emperor. I will do as you ask of me. Your face, it is familiar to me. We must share this. There is no other explanation for why you were able to defeat my son. The light of victory is clear in your eye. The Amaranthine Orbis remains strong, and they will surely seek vengeance for the death of their champion. If this portal will lead you to the Abyssal Shrine, but the Coven's temple is perilous. It's a strange turn of events to have. When all others spurned me and my child, the Amaranthine Orbis opened their door. I owe them my life. Azran is right. Too many have died. Too many have suffered, and go now, cousin, and fulfill your duty to your emperor. Your willingness to venture into certain destruction. The young emperor should be I wish you well on this venture, my cousin.
You've imprisoned me and sent my realm into chaos. Now you must pay the price for your arrogance. The Coven has fallen to oblivion, but the fiends who serve them are beyond my reach. They will continue to wreak destruction and ruin upon your world until every last one has been exterminated. This fulfills my debt to you.
You did it! Long live King Azran!
At last, Corinthal is free.
I'm so happy to see you.
last our strife comes to an end.
The enemies of Corinthal have fallen. I'm glad that it's finally over. We can now rest knowing that you did well with Azran. I don't think he'd have maintained the will to press through to the end without your support. As for the future, well, I can't say what it holds. I'm hoping for a promotion in Azran's new regime. But I don't think Sarah, she has this idea of us living in quiet solitude with a white picket fence and a little garden. I guess it's up to you to pick up where I left off. I can't think of anyone better to replace this old, scarred-up sheriff than the champion of our triumphs.
There you are. Welcome back. And if I may say so, you look no worse for the I admit that I had doubts about you when you first came. I also doubted Azran. I thought he was, but you both proved me wrong. Under the rule of King Azran. But as for Surima and I, well, it's time for us to settle down and take advantage. I look forward to the future.
At last it has come to an end. We've endured great turmoil and suffering these last 18 years. It is good to finally put all of that to rest. When we first met in the monastery, I never suspected. Indeed, it is Azran's throne that has been claimed. But none of us, I do not know what will become of me. But I will do. I am the last of my order. If it is the king's wish, but I will not press the matter. I imagine that many of the old ways...
A feat we could not have accomplished without you. I'm fortunate to have met you, and honored to have the privilege to call you friend. The people of Corinthal are indebted to you. Everyone who has helped forge this moment will live eternal in history as the savior. Above all, you will be honored as the person who saved the heir of... Together, we will begin to heal the wounds between our people. I owe your people that. And so much. It is true that we have a long road ahead, and the straggling fiend armies, but I have the utmost confidence that we will prevail. Go now, and get some much-needed rest. I'll return to the palace soon. In a few hours, I'll address... The tyranny of the false emperor is over! Now it is time to begin anew. From the ashes of the old, we will rise and restore peace and prosperity upon a foundation of hope, acceptance, and compassion. The changeling people who once dwelled in secrecy among us shall no longer fear persecution. Bear neither resentment or fear of these amazing people, for the changelings were instrumental in the restoration of your rightful king. And while the oppressors have met justice, the otherworldly forces once commanded by the false emperor remain. With human and changeling fighting side by side, we will overcome this obstacle on our long road to recovery. As a united front, and with a new allegiance forged, both human and changeling will vanquish the hordes back to the underworld from whence they came. And this empire will not perish, but will survive its past and thrive in its future.